Pille Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk höret,
Das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Are you all awake? Yeah. Yes, we need to be really loud because there's not a lot of you here. Everyone welcome to IFA, everyone welcome to the innovation stage where we get to explore the future. And I know that you guys love tech, right? We're all tech enthusiasts, and when we get the opportunity to be part of the future and to look at, well, what's going to be next with technology, we get excited. So try to be excited because the first part of the day is going to be all around health, right? And what technology can do for the health industry. And so I have a question for you guys. How many of you use technology to stay healthy and keep fit? Raise your hand. Yeah, nearly everyone. Great, you're doing well. Well, actually, the health and fitness zone here at IFA, I'm not sure, have you visited it? Have you been there? Yeah, it is the most popular area at IFA. It's a huge market, right? The healthcare industry. And of course, with technology, we know that we can do really great stuff. We can really help solve issues like obesity, for example, right? We can help fight obesity these days. Did you know that 1 in 8 people is now living with obesity? It's quite a lot, and it's going to increase. So we need to do something about that, and there are luckily people who are already doing something about that. You're doing something about it, right, by using technology to help stay fit and healthy. And so let's meet those people, okay? I'm going to begin with a woman who is not just a really amazing person. I got to meet her behind stage. She's really vibrant and open and fun. She actually used to be a professional athlete herself. Maybe she can share a little bit more about that when she's here. And she's really passionate about helping to scale health. We're excited that she's here today. Please welcome the CEO and founder of FitTech Club, Natalia Karbasova. Natalia.
Hi everyone, good morning. How are you guys today? How are you today again? Okay, I like this one more. Right, so welcome to our series of talks about how fitness technology is helping us to keep lean, fit, and ideally also to live longer. I'm Natalia Karbasova. I'm the founder of the FitTech Club, and this is the global community and the global business club for decision makers in the areas of fitness, wellness, and consumer health tech. And today, we're going to be having some amazing individuals on our stage. We'll start with a short interview with COO of Withings. Who of you knows Withings? Oh, everyone, almost everyone. I love it, I love it. And we'll move on into the session discussion with quite some influential people in that industry. So get ready for the next 60 minutes of very good conversations. I'm very excited about that. And with this in mind, let me welcome on stage the COO of Withings, Sophia Bernal. Let's take a seat.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Natalia. Thank you
Hi,
for
Sophie.
having me.
Hi, everyone. Sophie, your background is actually heavily in the e-commerce space. You worked for Amazon, among other things. So now you're totally in the health industry. What does e-commerce have in common with health?
You guys. Well, look, more seriously, I think that I actually started in retail before moving and pivoting into e-commerce. And what we saw was really a revolution of commerce. Back then, nobody's getting younger. And I think health is exactly in the same spot. I think the revolution has started, and I want to play.
You want to play?
Well, look, our vision is, as you know very well, save lives. And I think, there are two important things in life, education and health. So, couldn't be in a better place.
That's true, that's true. And Withings has a very interesting story that I love telling. So you guys probably don't know this history, but the company was founded over 10 years ago in Paris. It was sold to Nokia. You remember there was some, a very short period of Nokia Health that was quickly forgotten. And the founders bought it back from Nokia, back to Withings, and now you're back in the game again. That's interesting. I like it. And the first product of Withings was actually a scale. That was a Wi-Fi scale. And back in 2010, TechCrunch called that a scale that can send tweets. I think they were making fun of you. I think they were making fun of you, to be honest.
We were definitely pioneers, and what I'm hearing is it was hard in the beginning for people to really understand what we were trying to do. Hopefully by now, it's much clearer.
So tell us about how your product ecosystem evolved since then. What do you guys do? What do you have as products?
So what we do is we develop everyday seamless devices, beautiful ones, so that you can actually check your health, so multi-scan health scans, in a way without changing your habits. And this is very important because you can have a comprehensive view of your health and the key biomarkers of your health without changing anything throughout the day, frankly. So imagine a normal day, whatever your routine is, but obviously wake up and you have your sleep data through the sleep analyzer. So we can tell you how was your night to a deeper level that the activity trackers usually do. Then, obviously, you can wear the tracker for activity and so many other things. You walk on your scale, and you can have your ECG. You can know what your nerve health score is. You can know, how you're trending. And this is very important on an everyday basis because what we can do is then we can we can detect signs, signals much earlier, and we can help you essentially prevent chronic diseases and many other things, and truly, we can save lives. So this is what we do, and this is why the ecosystem is very important, because we can measure different things from different devices, or we really fit your needs, because, for example, you're interested in sleep, but you don't wear, and really don't want to wear watches at night. No problem. We have a solution. So it's really about making sure that we're relevant for our users and seamlessly integrated in their lives.
Right, we'll talk about the preventative aspect a bit later today as well. What I want us all to understand here first is what's the product ecosystem that you've built? Starting with the tweeting scale. You also have this, as you are wearing probably right now, this nice
Nova Brilliant,
right,
the
watches,
latest.
Exactly. You have, what else do you have? Sleep tracking?
So we have categories of around scales, activity trackers, we have temperature, we have sleep, the sleep analyzer. We also are introducing new categories to the market, as you might know. So BMO, which is a multi-scan, portable, and so this is a
portable
device.
Scan.
Yes, 4-in-1 multi-scan, and so it will do respiratory health, it will do cardio, so heart-related health, and also obviously temperature. So it's like new generation of temperature. You can do so much more with one device. We also are introducing very soon U-Scan. So U-Scan is about, do you know that when you pee, so urine, has 3,000 biomarkers in it. and you go to the bathroom normally about 7 times a day. So imagine the number of times that we can capture information about how your body is reacting to what you eat, to your health condition, etc. Many different use cases. And so we're introducing completely new revolutionary device to track new biomarkers. And again, this is really what we do. We're committed into innovation in this ecosystem in a way that is seamless for you, because it will be in your bathroom, and there's not much you have to do except what you normally
Except pee.
What you normally do.
I like this idea. But you're speaking a lot about how...
I'm sorry, I forgot, of course,
What?
the blood pressure. So
The blood pressure.
please, it's a wide ecosystem, and it's very important because it's different perspectives on key vitals.
What does this whole health ecosystem that you're building have to do with weight loss?
Everything is connected, actually. So this is, I think everybody's becoming obviously very much more educated, and we're discovering a lot more about health in general. And I think it's very important to understand that the body is a machine truly, but everything interconnects. And so the pillars of health truly, as everybody probably knows by now, sleep, nutrition, so what you eat, and the activity. And there are some situations, so weight, as you also probably know, is way more than a number by itself, but you can make a lot of efforts, nutrition-wise, still not lose weight. Why is that? For a number of reasons. Because sleep can influence, because obviously activity influences. And so it's, for us, we started obviously with scales, because this is very important pillar in the
That's simple
weight
to
overall.
understand.
Exactly.
It's a simple number. Yeah.
Exactly. And again, everybody would be used to, walking on a scale to start with. But the vision is a lot more in reality, because everything connects. And how do we show that, explain that, empower the user, and guide him or her through the health journey?
You were mentioning health journey several times, and you're also working with health professionals, right?
Yes, we do.
So are you a B2B? Are you a B2C company? What are you?
Again, it all works together. We love ecosystem, and look, I think what really truly differentiates us is we consider ourselves a medical player. So it's medical grade measures that you're doing with the Withings tools or devices. And this is very important, because then you can use that to actually work with your doctor to better understand your own situation. So we're not trying to be the doctor, we're trying to help the doctors and the entire healthcare system to diagnose the right thing, if you want. And I'll give you a few examples. Why is that important? There's, for example, over 5% of world population that has sleep apnea. 4 out of 5 people don't know.
Sleep apnea.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't know
Who
they have
knows
that.
what is sleep apnea? Not everyone. Okay, so maybe you could explain this a bit.
Yes, and so it's essentially when you're sleeping, your respiratory rhythm is not working, if you want, normally, and so you will stop breathing for some episodes, and that can really impact the restorativeness of your sleep, which is again a key pillar of health. And so, there's a lot of everybody probably also knows this or not, but when you have diabetes, there's 60% chances you also have some episodes of sleep apnea. If you have menopause, it's also one of the symptoms. And so the reality is, for a lot of different audiences or type of people in your life, this is something, in a way, very common, unfortunately, and more so, because chronic diseases are on the rise. But people don't really realize or know about it, and the impacts on your life can be really difficult. And so there are a number of degrees to it, but of course the energy level and many more things. And when you want to diagnose that, first of all you have to suspect it, and then it's a very heavy battery test, either at home with a lot of heavy apparatus or at the hospital. It's very costly for everybody, it's very painful, frankly. When we have a seamless device, you integrate it under your mattress, and there you go. We can give you a lot of measurement about your sleep, and what's important is you can see sleep apnea, but also the false positive. There are 20% of people diagnosed with sleep apnea. False positive meaning they think they have sleep apnea, they are diagnosed, and not really. Why? Because we only measure, when we do this through hospital or at home, a protocol that is somewhere between 1 night or 3 nights. And so this is only a picture. You can't really know what is happening in a picture. So this is why it's very important to have that longitudinal view, so that everyday view, and detect those trends. And I'll stop after, I promise, but I have one striking example, of course, one of many.
Let's go for the last one.
But that I love. The false positive is like somebody convinced has sleep apnea, is diagnosed, true story, one of our users, is diagnosed with sleep apnea, does get the treatment, which is the machine at night with oxygen, really not fun, doesn't get any better. And so obviously you become crazy because this is, your life is really terrible, miserable with all these machines. With the sleep analyzer data, goes to the doctor, and the doctor realizes that this is not sleep apnea. It's something else. And there you go. They start investigating, and it was a digestive disease that was then causing problems at night.
So it's kind of early detection system.
It's more than that. It's like very comprehensive solution to detect early and possibly prevent, but also guide you to understand and then act with the right solution. So positive, positive, false positive, we can really help you understand what is happening. And oh, by the way, what is happening changes, by now, nobody's getting younger, is changing with your life, your life environment, condition, age, name it, always changing.
That's my question to you, because you just needed around 5 minutes to explain what your products actually do, and that's very impressive.
Fair enough.
But the question is how do you explain this to a normal consumer? And who is your actual normal consumer right now?
So I think the category overall addresses or reaches people that are around 35 to, let's say, 50. Those are people that can deal with the connected devices, which, of course, you have to install. There's some, it's getting better and better, of course, now, but it requires a little bit of effort to get started before being completely seamless. And that's true for every connected devices out there. So that population, thanks to smartphone and everything, is used to that, and we reach them easily today. But obviously, it's more difficult for the entire category and industry to reach the over 50.
Why is it difficult?
I think because in general they're less prone to use connected devices. They're less, there might be some fears related to privacy. There might be, less trust also, frankly, and less exposure possibly. And so,
but at the same time, this is your future audience possibly.
Well, we think that we have a lot of value. And we are piloting a number of initiatives because, as you said earlier, we work with everybody. So we work with cardiologists, with pharmacists, doctors, research, etc. And so through piloting that, we even get to a level where cardiologists would recommend actually our watches because they detect AFib. There's a number of cases that, you can try reach ultimately the user either directly, but also through the health system. And for us, it's important to talk to everybody, to reach everybody, because again, we're very serious about saving lives.
What's your best-selling product for consumers?
Look, we were born with scales, so it remains a strong category. Watches are doing also pretty well, because we are very unique in what we do. I was with a pharmacist yesterday, and he thought this was a normal watch.
We have this pharmacist in the audience right now. Hi, Mark.
And he's very, very used to, the connected watches, knows all of them, tried all of them, except us, clearly, but soon. And he didn't know, didn't realize. And I think this really makes us stand out, plus the quality of our measures. So we have really something unique, so it's working well. Also with the consumers, the users.
You mentioned that you saved 2 million lives in a way by early identifying high blood pressure, right? So, just to understand this journey, what actually happens? What happens after this blood pressure has been identified? Does the doctor get an alarm, or what happens?
So, if I can, blood pressure, yes, but I want to actually focus a little bit on AFib, because I think you will see better where we want to go, because we're a little bit more advanced. And so we detect AFib episodes, no? And what happens then? So obviously, we have the intelligence algorithms, IA, that shows you, that tells you, well, this is normal, or this is not exactly normal, you need to be careful, or there's an alert. So what can you do? Through the app, you can already send all of that information to your doctor directly.
But
Now,
you decide when you send it, whether you send it or not.
You decide, and it's your doctor. So is really in that relationship that is important. But we want to go further because, as we know, in most countries, doctor population is reducing, and it's very hard to get.
We have a huge problem in Germany. Absolutely.
Exactly. And so it's very hard to get even appointments with the right specialists. I have lots of friends who suspect have a problem, and it's a 6-month appointment. And here you go. Number one, we tell you, in a sense, the level of the alert. So, and number two, we're just launching a service by which you can actually send to a cardiologist professional for asynchronous review. So he will review the data and come back to you, qualifying even better further, if you want, the level of seriousness. And if you sort of draw the line there, for us, we see that we will continue to work with doctors and never substitute, because this is really a partnership. And you can see a world by which we help prioritize the appointments in reality, because we guide, if you want, the user and the doctors into this is an urgent, serious case, you need to give it the priority. This is a very, and you sort of like route the right information to the right people at the right time, and you make magic happen.
That's a hell of a challenge.
Facilitate. With that, like I said, this is really what we're excited about. Changing, revolutionizing health. As simple as that.
That's good. Look, let's get a bit more specific here. Since we know that changing lives is great, but if you don't get your products to the consumers, no one is going to use them, and respectively, you're not able to change anything. You've recently announced the partnership with Whoop.
Yes.
Who knows Whoop? Anyone? Oh, okay.
I've seen a few
you see quite a lot of Whoop guys here. Who is wearing a Whoop? 2 people. Okay. So that's your chance. So you announced the partnership with Whoop in that there's a package pricing for Withings products and Whoop. There's data integration. There's some goodies on top. So maybe could you tell us briefly about the rationale behind this partnership? That's number one, and about some specific numbers, what this partnership really brought you.
So to the second, I'm not sure I'll answer.
We can work around it.
But this is private conversation, but so why did we do this, and why do we want to do a lot more of this? So yes, number one is, reaching the largest audience possible, absolutely yes. And we think that, together we're stronger. So all of a sudden you're really building the category for everybody by playing together in a way that makes sense. And you add value to both ecosystems. And again, if you truly want to save lives, it's not only about our devices and our ecosystem. I think we were discussing, it's about an open ecosystem by which you really reinforce the value. And I'll give you the example of the service that we're launching on the cardiologist review. It's going to be, you can actually, if you have an Apple Watch, you can also take measures of ECGs there, and you will be able, if you're a user of our application, you will be able to use that measurement with our network, our partners' network of cardiologists, and use that service. So for us, again, it's truly about making people's life better and saving it. And we think that, a lot of us have different blocks. How do we assemble the puzzle in a way that we go faster all together?
What new partnerships can we expect in the next years? Give us a preview.
We're very ambitious, but I won't give any name, but a lot in different directions.
What kind of partnerships?
So in a lot of directions. And so you can expect to see us a lot, obviously, in partnerships with the healthcare system itself. So be it, from even governments, we're working with them, being with healthcare professionals and doctors, like I said, cardiologists, etc., with sort of new, still attached to the healthcare system, but helping when we see the role of some, for example, the pharmacists evolving over time. We also want to be there and help them. And of course, the sort of B2C players, the program players, because we can show the impact of what the program do also really well through different devices depending on the program. So very, very large opportunities out there. So a lot will happen.
Sophie, maybe my last question to you, since we need to invite more people on this stage. And I know you've communicated this message a lot, so maybe you could be a bit more specific here. What's your main message if you just had one thing to say to the audience here? What's one most important thing everyone needs to take away with them?
So I started with this, I will close with this. Of course, I think the health revolution has already started. Withings is extremely committed into accelerating the health revolution. What is very important is it starts with you, and so will you join us?
Right. Sophie, I have another last question. Give us some numbers, please. So how big is your company? What's the revenue? How many employees you have? And where are you going?
So look, we're privately owned, and so there's a bunch of numbers I cannot share. However, I think it's what we can share and what we can say is we're about, we have, for example, more than 10 billion measurements. And so we started...
10 billion measurements.
Yes, so we started a long time ago, which is also fairly unique about us. And we have, a really large user base, of course, across the different categories.
How big?
Well over 10 million, well over. But
in which geographies?
So all geographies, actually, but we're really strong in the US and Europe, expanding, obviously, because health is a global problem. So I think that's about, to give you a sense of magnitude and size. So we're reaching already lots of people, but of course, the scale, sky is the limit. And there's a lot more we can do.
10 million and the sky is the limit. I love it.
Way more than 10 million, but sorry.
Let's put 100 million on that. Thank you, Sophie.
Getting there.
Right, Sophie, please stay with us. Please stay with us.
Yeah.
With this in mind, I'd love to invite more wonderful people on this stage. Founders, executives from Garmin, Hello Insight, and ZynCoach. So, Walter, Jorn, and Mario, please come on stage. Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. Still good morning.
It's still good morning here. So, Jorn, let's just jump into this. You're the health director of Garmin, which is also a very, very, very big wearable company. And I have a strong feeling that you're kind of also a bit competing with Sophie, so it's good that you're sitting nearby. You can sort it out directly. So what is one thing that Sophie said that you strongly disagree with?
Strongly is hard to say. I think there are some common things. The importance of data and how wearables can really revolutionize here the digital health. That is, I think, the common thing. The approach, how to come to it, is maybe a little bit different from company to company. This will also depend on what are the roots. We believe is talking about obesity and illness and so on is sometimes important, but not encourage the people to pick up the things. So we think we have to pick up the people with passion, with fun, and that's the reason we are kings of each the different niches. So if you're a passion diver, if you're a runner, if you are this brings you to the health. We know health is far more than fitness and running and so on, and we need all this kind of analytics and so on. But important is that we encourage the people on the right way to go there, and there we have a different approach, and that's how we see it different, and I disagree a little bit.
So you want more fun?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Right, Jorn,
You should come visit us.
Yeah.
when are you visiting?
Pardon?
When are you coming to visit?
I'm quite often in Paris.
Okay, guys, when this happens, please send us a selfie.
Yeah.
Joran, let's just have a very quick intro of your products for those who are still not really familiar with those. So tell us in a very short pitch, what kind of products does Garmin Health have, and what's your favorite one?
First of all, we as Garmin Health, we are driving the B2B business and a partner. So I always see we are a parasite in the company. So we are using the consumer products. We don't have own products. So
but you have the watches. So
yeah, we have the consumer watches, which we are using, and we offer in the B2B services. So, so for Garmin, of course, we have a lot of different products, and when you ask 10 people, you hear probably 9 different answers which watch they love. So someone is more a runner, someone loves the female focus thing, someone is a diver or whatever. So we have a lot of products. I love the outdoor products, so I have here, unfortunately, not the Phoenix 8, which just recently came out. I have the Phoenix 7 here. And what I love is this kind of personalized coaching of workouts and activities. That's what I love. But there are many, many other features in. And I think important is in the background to have this kind of health guidance. I have the vision that you wear your Garmin, your wearable, because you feel safe. You feel a support in terms of training and what is good for you. You get the right sensitivity about the important health topics, but also say, okay, if something happened, I get a warning. And which kind of watches you really then take, and what are your favorite and different personality, that doesn't matter.
let's just have a quick checkup. Who is wearing a Garmin here? 2, 3 people, 4. Okay, who is wearing a Withings? Okay, you're just Withings team, you don't count. All right, so let's move on. Mario, you have a very different kind of business, right? You are the founder of Hello Insight, the co-founder of Hello Insight, and you guys work a lot with glucose data, and you're especially targeting females. I think you have 80% of females as your customers, right? So tell us more about your product and why you actually do what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So at Hello Insight, we're really proud in driving health results, especially for women. One, because obviously an under-researched health area, but also under-supported. That's something, especially as a startup, we have the privilege to really start at the very core, at the very foundation, and actually start with user interviews. And starting there to figure out what users actually need and how the current market and also big market players are currently maybe not servicing good enough. So what we are doing is we are using the power of a continuous glucose monitor that's being shipped to our users' homes. They can apply that CGM by themselves in the comfort of their home. And from there, our user journey in the app of Hello Insight starts, where we are asking the user to track all lifestyle activities. And we are mapping those lifestyle activities onto the glucose curve.
Do they have to track them manually, or do you have any integrations?
We have some integrations, but also as we are using the time we're here and at the backstage as well, we are already talking about potential future integrations. But for example, we're currently integrating with the Oura Ring, retrieving data, sleep data and temperature data.
Interesting. Okay, thanks, Mario. Walter, over to you. You have a very different company. You are basically a fitness app, right? So why here?
Well, we try to, or at least we aim at democratizing personal training. So the idea being that we want to create a personal trainer that is in your pocket 24/7 and which utilizes technology to in some way manage you and help you and support you in a much more granular way than a normal personal trainer could, which you're seeing maybe 2-3 times per week. So that's our objective, and we try to use technology to deliver an experience that is similar to real personal training, but then with some advantages, not just the temporal advantage that you have with you all the time, but also the fact that through the devices and through the wearables, you can track all kinds of parameters that a trainer would have to ask you about, whilst the device can monitor them continuously and then adjust your training and so on.
How many users do you have?
We have over 1 million downloads already.
Downloads,
yeah.
And like monthly users? Active users?
I don't have the current data, but it's several 100,000.
Okay, so 100,000 active users who are working out with Zinc Coach monthly.
Yeah.
that's interesting. Guys, let's just have a big loop back towards obesity, because that's actually the topic of today. So I've brought some numbers for you. I mean, we all know it kind of, but just a small refresher. So the global obesity rates have tripled since, like, in the last 50 years. We have 3 times more obese people in the world than 3 years ago. That's number one. Number two, obesity is associated, and that's what we were talking with you, Sophie, about, with chronic diseases like cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, right? Certain cancers as well. So it's not just losing weight to look good. That's really a health issue, right? And we also have 1.2 million deaths, 1.2 million deaths in Europe that are annually that are associated with obesity. So let's just have a very specific example of each of you towards this problem. How how do your products help to solve this thing? Just one example from each of you. Sophie, would you like to start?
Plenty. So the challenge is how. Yeah, the challenge is one. Well, look, I think again, it's about the ecosystem and the pillars, and so we're already helping understand and improve from different angle. And I think I said it already, but sleep, activity, we're going on to nutrition. And you can do it in a sense on your own, or people who also use professional programs. We also support through the professional programs. And so it's really, I mean, literally the core of what we do, our DNA. Obesity is an excellent use case. It's obviously not the only one. And we will continue, we're very committed to continue to innovate to get better at it, because what you also didn't say is it starts much earlier. And this is what scares me, is even kids now.
Yep.
I think it more than tripled in a way shorter period of time, from 2% to 8%. So it starts way earlier. So it's really, really important that prevention from all different metrics, because works together.
So ecosystem approach, integrating health professionals. Jorn.
This is a difficult question which don't have an easy answer or a single answer. That's the reason why it's not so easy to lose weight. And this has different approaches, and I think the key word is awareness. And generate awareness, and it can have many, many root causes. So what we try is, when you wear a Garmin or a wearable, that we try to bring awareness about your body, and that you listen to your body. And this can have many root causes. It can be stress. So therefore, we show the stress and so on. You mentioned sleep. Sleep is very important that you manage this. And then with this one, you get more and more awareness, and then you also learn about your body, and then you learn to use also the weight scale and so on. So I think this is, we have to approach this from different areas, and we need also special apps where really approach different target groups, like female mental health problems, health from personalized coaching, and so on. That's the only way how you can approach it. This is not a simple thing, okay, let's make a nutrition app and then it works.
You can only start changing what you're aware of.
Yeah.
Right. Mario, how about you? What's your solution to that problem?
I would take this even one step further, Jörn, from awareness to knowledge. I believe if you actually know how your body is working and how my lifestyle is impacting my health and my weight, this is really the key to success. And the way to establish that knowledge and that awareness to a certain extent as a precursor of that really is through attention. The problem in the world out there right now is really you're competing against TikTok, you're competing against Netflix. Our attention is everywhere, in the media, in advertising, where the food industry is advertising really bad processed food, sugar-heavy food. And this is the kind of attention that really everyone is drawn into. So I believe if we have tools, mechanisms, technology that focus our attention on how our body is reacting and how our body is actually working, this might be very well the key.
I like that you mentioned TikTok, because if you can't fight them, join them. Can we fight TikTok? I don't think so, to be honest. But what I do know is that TikTok is building up a fitness department as well to work with consumer fitness companies. So of course they try to embrace this trend as well and meet their users where they are.
Absolutely agree. It's TikTok is a great place to be for every health educator, for every medfluencer, as we call them, right? Problem there, it's still one to all, right? It's still not on a personal level, but it does a great job in raising awareness and raising knowledge on a general basis.
Right, thanks, Mario. Walter, how about yourself? How does Zinc Coach help fight obesity?
Well, I think that panels are boring when everybody agrees, so I will purposefully disagree. I think that there is not a lack of information. I think that everybody knows that they are unhealthy, and I doubt that there is anybody who is obese and doesn't realize that obesity is a problem. It's everywhere on the media. I also think that everybody, when they're sitting in front of a big cake or a big salad, they know that the cake is not so healthy, and the salad maybe it's more healthy. So I think that it's not a lack of self-awareness. I think that the problem is a lack of habit forming. And so our approach in terms of weight loss and people who have obesity or weight issues is to give them the lowest possible friction and the lowest possible form of commitment. They are normally people who don't have a habit of training and don't have a habit of healthy nutrition. Otherwise, probably they will not be obese. And very often these people, it's not that they've never had it, they've tried something and stopped and tried and stopped. In the industry, they're called chronic beginners.
Chronic beginners?
Yes.
I am a chronic beginner for going to bed early.
There you go. And you know that you should go to bed earlier. And you know that you should sleep more. You don't need to be told. But what you need is you need some very, very low friction, low commitment strategies to go to bed a little bit earlier and a little bit earlier in a very easy way. So we try to provide what we call micro trainings. So you don't need to commit to go to the gym an hour a day, but just start moving a few minutes every hour or a few minutes every several hours. And those few minutes will create a habit, and then the habit can extend and extend and extend. And same with nutrition. Don't try to, from tomorrow, I stop eating cakes and I start eating salads, but just make some small changes, and gradually those small changes will create a habit, and it will be a very low friction process. So that's our approach.
Yeah, right. Well, obviously, these kinds of nudges work differently for different demographics and different needs. So I want to hear from each of you what kind of demographics like you are targeting today, just females, 45 plus, whatever, just really shortly. And what do you think will be your most important demographics, let's say, in 5 years, right? Sophia, let's just start with you. We have a good tradition with this.
So we don't have only one group of people we want to talk to, which I think we're back to the way we see it is we're generalists, and our solutions are fit really for everybody. So, on the first one, everybody, and through and with partnerships, it works also really well for the audiences we don't reach easily. And then who will be our biggest group? Roll the dice. The US is, from my perspective, very interesting because of the health systems differences. I think they value much more health. Why? Because simply they have to pay for it when they go to a doctor or to the hospital, etc. I don't know if anyone had an experience on holidays or working trip going to the hospital, but when you receive the bill, you fully realize the value of the health. And I think with that, I know people who truly went bankrupt after a trip in the US, so it does happen. So I think that's the reason why the category is more mature in the US, because they see the value of that. I think in Europe, our systems are really beautiful, but maybe people have less of that habit of valuing the health, and it's really around after when you have a disease versus prevention. So I think probably most likely the US is a bit more mature and already in advance. So I think we're obviously working really well there, and it's growing very fast simply because of that. Now I'm very curious to see, for example, India, because this is a market where...
Which market was that?
India?
Asia, yeah, okay.
Asia in general, and India in particular. There's a number of things that are extremely interesting, including on the sort of DNA differences, that you have a faster epidemic over there, and so this, of course, is a little bit new for us, but how fast, in a sense, can we help in those markets that we know a little bit less about, but we're entering, and that's going to be a phenomenal learning for us, and this could go very, very fast. So we'll see, but That would be my guess.
Walter, I also know that your app is quite strong in the United States. So could you share some insights about the demographics of Sync Coach, of those 100,000 active monthly users? And where are you going in 5 years?
Yeah. Interestingly, because during journey of boarding, you can choose different goals. And interestingly, we found that we have two very distinct demographics who choose weight loss goals versus muscle building goals. Let's separate them into macro groups. So the weight loss goals are mostly these chronic beginners, to use the word that I said before, whilst the gain muscle goals are more, let's call them fitness fanatics. So people who are already into the fitness world and they understand the power of personal training. They understand that with a personal trainer, I probably train better and achieve my goals more effectively, but they either don't have the economic means to have a personal trainer very frequently, or they simply want the ease of having it within their device and not having to physically go to a location. So we have these two quite distinct groups, and we want to keep serving both groups because they have some very strong commonalities. For example, all the, let's call them analytical tools, like we've launched an AI body scan, body composition scan, which has a similar accuracy to a DEXA scanner.
Was this the AI app that you bought out?
Sorry?
That was the acquisition app, right?
Well,
What is the name again?
the team developed it, Xenia.
Xenia, right.
Yeah.
That was the yoga
The
app.
Xenia team developed the body composition scan. And for example, the body composition scan is a fantastic way to track weight loss much more effectively because it's not just kilos going down on the scale, but it's how the body is changing and what is your lean mass and so on. But then for this, let's call them fitness fanatics group, the body composition is a very accurate way to monitor, things like increasing lean mass and, how well their abs are showing or this kind of totally different objectives compared to the weight loss crowd. So we want to keep serving these two goals and these two distinct demographics.
Okay, Jorn?
Yeah, I mean, we are Garmin, we're big, and when I see in our database, we serve all demographics in the same way. So young people, old people, and so on. But I think was very interesting, we are working a lot also with insurance. We, with Vitality Discovery is one partner, and they made just recently a study. And this was really interesting for me, and say a lot of people think, oh, when you're young, you have to be fit and you have to drive it, and when you're old, then it's anyhow over. No, it's the opposite. It's even shown that when you're old and over 60 and whatever, and you start and start activities, the impact in reducing your mortality risk is even higher. So it's never too late. And really, you should also address the older population to motivate them to do something. This has the highest impact on their life, and so therefore I encourage everybody to address everybody, and also this kind of older group. They have money, they want to see the highest impact, and that is pretty important as well.
Right, and they're probably motivated differently because they know they want to live longer and healthier. So not just lifespan, also health span. When you're 30 or 20, you don't have this awareness, mostly.
Yep.
I didn't. All right, let's go back to Mario. Mario, I know that, let's just loop back into the habit-changing part of things, right? So continuous glucose monitoring is, it has quite a barrier to start. You got to have the, the sensor. And as we know, the market is totally monopolized by Abbott and Dexcom. So it's really tough to probably build up a layer on top because you're also going to be dependent. But that's not my question. My question is what's the biggest challenge for CGM, for continuous glucose monitoring, for yourself to create behavior change? What did you learn in all the years that you've been building Hello Inside?
Yeah, really good question. I mean, you tapped on the dependency towards CGMs, which essentially we're going to see for the next 3 to 5 years really being broken up by several different technologies coming of age. And the good part is we are developing and setting up Hello Inside to be really sensor agnostic and to be working and integrating with many different sensor suppliers. With regards to behavior change, what we tried, and being in the health and wellness industry for over 15 years now, building 15 plus different apps back then with my with the former startup I was engaged with. we always only got so far in providing context, in trying to provide relevancy, trying to engage them with really gamification aspects and making it fun as good as possible. But what we were always missing was a direct feedback loop. And that is something we finally have with the CGM. You can close the feedback loop immediately. You eat something, you drink something, you immediately see it on the glucose curve. And that creates a kind of stickiness, a kind of personal relevancy, and a kind of attention span that is very unique to a CGM, that is not even seen with heart rate variability from Whoop or Oura, that is very unique to a CGM, and that's something we are piggybacking on.
Right. And by the way, I feel that investors also trust in what you're building because you just closed your round. You want to announce that here?
Yeah, definitely. So public announcement will be tomorrow, but I'm happy to chat about it
Exclusive
today as
preview.
Well. No, we are extremely excited to have won 3 additional investors in Hello Insight. We just closed our seed round with a 1.65 million investment. Yeah, that's pretty amazing, and we're
Let's
really
give Mario a clap. Right, guys, let's just use the last around 10 minutes to dream a bit. I want us to dream, yeah? So since you're, as we all understand now, you're working on very different products with very different perspectives, but basically we're all doing the same thing here, right? So I want to hear from each of you, without thinking about politics and what would my investors say or whatever, what would be the best collaboration kind of thing that you could put up together in this round? Just one idea from each of you. How could this thing look like? Jon, you want to start?
Limited to this round, or the real future?
Let's just do it once limited for this round, so with the people that are here, and once just what you wish for, like wish for yourself anything.
Yeah, I mean, for this round, it's pretty clear. We together we bring a value add. 1 + 1 is not 2; it's more. So we bring, for instance, with our wearables, we have bring the people and data, a lot of data, which then enables other services like you're bringing then to a complete different level, because then all the insights about the stress level, the sleep, and so on, where you can offer a complete dedicated service which brings then a real value add to this. And together we can do even more. It's not only the value add in the service, it's also in the communication and the story where we can drive the market far, far better together. But this is today. That is the reality, and of course we can do better and so on. But when I think I can dream and say, what is the dream in the future and what we are doing, we get so many data. So we get stress, we get heart rate variability, pulse ox, whatever, so sleep analytics and so on. And the body is sending signal. My dream is in the future. Currently we go to the doctor when we are sick. We say, okay, I have diabetes, please fix it. I have high blood pressure, please fix it. So my dream is, and this is possible, that in the future you get an early warning and you get early in the prevention and you fix it. And we avoid a lot of doctor visits because we identify the problem earlier. And if you identify this earlier, then we save a lot of life, a lot of quality, a lot of cost. And that is the future. We need for this a lot more collaboration. We need combine the data. Now with AI this is possible. Some regulations limit us, but this is my dream of the future and where we have to go and still a long way to go. Yeah.
Right. Sophia, let's dream with you together. What can you dream about with these 3 individuals and also in general in the future?
So I think in here is really, yes, about connecting the pieces of the puzzle. I think we all go at it from different angles. We all have different types of data, some similar, some different. And really, even connecting it to the bigger vision, it's about understanding. I think we have a unique chance in our history as humans to understand better the system, the body. We're just scratching the surface, really. So for me, it's going to be around exactly what you said, but enriched with what we even don't know today. How do we really connect better that, glucose monitoring and activity and sleep sort of really go together in those, pillars that, oh, by the way, common knowledge, common sense will, this is known, Chinese medicine, etc. We know it, but we don't understand it. And so having that, being equipped today, more and more so, to be able to understand it, so that we can exactly address at the right time for the right people. And I would say, have a very smooth experience overall, as opposed to, adding to this to-do list, and the world is accelerating and everything becomes actually more painful, because there's so much more you need to do, and take the appointment there and this and that. And so my dream is that we don't need to do any of that anymore, It's a system, an overall system, not only we understand our bodies better, but also a sort of seamless prevention, monitoring, and support system that works.
How many decades do you think this will take?
I have no idea how long, but I do have hopes that, we have systems that are about to collapse everywhere, and we feel already the pain. And there's one thing I think humans are excellent at, is when we feel the pain, we adapt and we find solutions. And we've never been so close, in a sense. I think we have tools and technology now that can accelerate this exponentially. So I don't think I think it can go way faster than what everybody is thinking today. I think, if we play together, if we really reunite the strength that we have and collaborate, I think this can go
Right. Thank you,
quite
Sophie.
fast.
Mario, how about yourself? What kind of collab would you love to have in this round? What do you need?
I think part one, I agree on the data integration, free flow, interoperability of data very clearly, because only then we can really have a holistic view of the user and actually enable the user journey, letting the user decide what parts of the journeys are really exciting, are really amazing. And that really enables also the data-driven conversation about any rev share model, any partnership model, or even an acquisition. Right? So let the user decide on what's the most favorable and most useful experience overall. But second part really is, for me, driving a public conversation that goes both ways. One, really making it normal to ask our friends, family about how they're doing and how they're feeling in their body, and really making a dinner table or lunch table conversation. Not in a performance-driven way, not in a fat-shaming way, not in a weird kind of way, but simply in a completely normal kind of way. And that, I think, what media has maybe taken away a little bit from us. And the second way I'd like to have the conversation, and that's where maybe we can all join in, is really also towards health systems and politics. I mean, too often I've been visiting the doctor and being the doctor that actually is pushing back on technology and data, and making data-driven decisions and analytics.
Come to a normal doctor in Germany and show them your wearable, and they were like, huh?
Yeah.
Right? So it's not
yeah,
still
and
there.
Well, why are you looking into that?
Yeah.
How are you entitled to do that?
Yes.
Well, it's 24, and I think that information is really readily available, so don't blame me on being more informed, as I should be, about my own body than you, who is just really trying to start the conversation. And this is nothing against doctors, because they are not educated good enough on that front. Yeah?
They're also imprisoned in their systems.
Agree.
Yep.
Right. All right. Walter, what kind of collab would you want to have in this round and in 5 to 10 years, look into the future?
Well, I think when we look at the diversity of these products, the two visions kind of overlap anyway. And I think that we need to develop much more granularity of data, as the colleagues also said, but then we need to keep it under the hood. And
Right.
for the people, we need to make it as simple as possible. I think that the mistake that we're making now is we are making under the hood complex, and we're making for the user complex. And we're adding layers and layers of complexity to something that is very simple, because at the end, moving and eating are simple things, and sleeping. So I think we need to make it super detailed and granular under the hood, but super simple and low friction and intuitive and natural and organic to the user. And I think if we can find the right formula to do that, we'll be on the right way to really change millions of people's lives. And I always like to use the word people, not users, because I think we need to also be much more attentive and personal to each one. Because for us, there are millions of users, but for Mary in Iowa, she is Mary in Iowa, and it's her body and it's her health. And there are some qualitative rather than quantitative elements to her well-being. For example, you can ask someone, how do you feel this morning? What's your energy? And you will find a lot of discrepancies between what they'll say and their HRV. Although in theory, HRV is a great indicator of recovery. But you will have people who will say, I feel fantastic, and their HRV is showing low. And you will have people feeling, you know, I feel really low energy, and their HRV shows full recovery. So I think that we need to be a lot more so qualitative about the individual rather than just quantitative about the data.
Right, coming back to the individual. Guys, one last question for each of you, and I really want to be very personal here. I want to know from each of you, what do you do as a person to keep your weight under control and to stay healthy? What's your specific routine? Sophie?
Oh man, do you have 24 hours? Well, look, I turned 40, big news, and I noticed that...
Congrats! Happy birthday!
And there's a lot of changes happening. Oh my God. So I'm constantly experimenting, frankly, at this point. And 360 really, so starts with food, activity, and sleep. Sleep is the one that, you know, still holding strong, but I know some trouble are going to come. Apparently, it's a symptom of, you know, what's waiting for me in about 10 years. So there's a lot I'm doing, but I've also never been obsessed with weight per se. Never weighted myself is not really a topic.
Not even with the tweeting scale?
It has to, now, yes, absolutely, because why? The body composition, I think, you know, it was mentioned earlier, but it's not about the weight, it's about the composition, and it directly relates to the energy. So for me, I think it's exactly that, is how do I feel energy-wise, and to make sure that I remain at the right level, which is, you know, with nature, let's say, not helping. How do I keep an eye on those trends that I know will help me? And so this is my own journey.
Right. Thank you. We have 1 minute per person. So Jorn, come to the point.
Yeah, I learned this, by the way, from the Garmin and say the impact of alcohol, how much this influences the sleep. Everybody know this, but you really can see it. So what I do is during the week, no alcohol. So that is helps me. I don't eat after 5. That is a thing.
Intermittent fasting?
That's what I try. It's difficult. I travel a lot during the travel and so on. You go out, whatever, for dinner and so on. So I cannot keep my own rules all the time, especially when I'm traveling. When I'm at home, when I have my routine, and also routine is good for the body, then that helps a lot. And I'm 54. So in this age, you see the impact immediately. So that are my little rules, where the verbal is helping me, and then of course I go twice a week at least for a run and do something.
Cool, thanks. Mario, what's your routine?
Sleep 9 hours.
Wow.
No alcohol, no caffeine, ride the road bike for 7 hours a week, rock climb for 2 hours a week, and indulge on eating as much as possible.
Boom!
You make us feeling bad.
You guys are very serious people, huh?
We're Germans. Oh, yeah. No, you're not German. Sorry, I didn't want to insult you.
No.
You're Austrian.
Thank you.
Okay, Walter, what's your routine?
My routine is nothing. I think that there is a problem with your question. I think your question implies that people have to do something special to be well or to be slim. And I hope that people realize that this should just be part of their normal life. You know, you move, you eat healthy, you choose the right foods, you do some physical activities, and that's how you stay in a healthy condition. I think that we need to move away from that idea of like, oh, Walter must do something special because he is fit. You know, if he does the normal things, he is unfit. The normal thing should be living healthy, not the abnormal. The abnormal should be drinking, not moving, sleeping for hours. You should ask people, what do you do to be so unhealthy? That should be a more appropriate question.
I like it. Avoid things that harm you. That's the first step, and maybe the only step that you might need. Right, guys, thank you everyone for listening in. Thank you for coming and sharing your insights. Stick around. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
This way,
Good
this
insights
way,
as well,
this way.
reminding us.
Thank you, guys. Very refreshing. You just dropped something.
It's normal.
Oh, good. It's normal. I know, this happens, right? Thank you so much for helping to make the world a healthier and fitter place. Now, everyone, I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you're all going to continue and be even healthier than you already are. Speaking about being healthy, I think we need to eat, right? Yes, yes. So we're going to break off for a little lunch break. So if you want to go and have some lunch and then perhaps join us this afternoon, we're going to be continuing with another panel discussion around the sustainable home. Perhaps you want to join us. If not, I'll see you around. Thanks and take care. Danke. Gott, gut, dass ich nichts anderes gesagt habe. So, oh Gott, ich bin müde.
It's a way of looking at it, right? Yeah. I
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören, das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing today? You good? Yeah? Are you awake? Did you have a coffee? 4 coffees. Are you from the US? Is that why you have a lot of coffee, because you're jet lagged? Yeah, I feel for you. I feel for you. Yeah, it's tough, it's tough. But hopefully you won't fall asleep. No, you're not going to fall asleep. It's going to be great. We're here to talk about innovation, right? We all love to talk about innovation. And we want to explore how technology can help shape the future and, influence how we work, how we play, how we live our lives. One of those areas is the home. We all love our homes. Maybe some people love their homes more than others. I love my home, and it would be great if we could make our homes smarter, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Did you know, for example, that 2024 is supposed to be the year of the smart home? Well, one of the reasons for that might be because it is becoming easier to connect physical devices like your air conditioning unit or your cameras to your home network. And that is due to something called Matter. Sounds complicated for those of you who are maybe not so into these technical terms, but in simple terms, it's basically a standard that acts almost like a conductor for an orchestra. What is an orchestra without a conductor? It's chaos, right? Yeah. And so that's what Matter is, or in technical terms, it is an open source protocol that enables interoperability. And we are going to welcome some experts who know a lot more about this than I do. So please join me in welcoming, to start the day, our session moderator. Put your hands together for the managing editor for Lifestyle, at Tech Radar, Josephine Watson. And my voice has just broken. Welcome, Josephine Watson.
Welcome everyone to today's panel discussing industry collaboration on the sustainable smart home with Matter. My name is Josephine Watson and I'm the managing editor, although I like the promotion of director, of Lifestyle at Tech Radar, which is the UK's biggest consumer tech website. More and more consumers are kitting out their homes with smart devices, whether it's more interesting devices like robot vacuums, smart speakers packed with intelligence, or the simpler, more affordable additions like smart lights, smart plugs. You'll see plenty of those devices lining the halls of the Messe this week, just giving you a slice of the increasing popularity of smart connected devices. To fully realize the potential of a truly smart home, though, you need more than a few disparate voice control devices. You need a whole home solution that's capable of addressing your key concerns and improving your quality of life. So much untapped potential exists within the smart home space, with applications in healthcare, energy reduction, and, energy efficiency and carbon footprint reduction. However, it's a huge investment, with many people finding it daunting to invest so much in time and money in learning how to set things up. And there's also a lot of concerns for those who aren't so tech-savvy among us. In order to navigate challenges around topics like interoperability and privacy, we have needed something like Matter to come along and improve the conversation, removing those concerns from the consumer and putting it behind a technology wall that they don't even have to interact with. And with that, there's a seamless introduction to bring to the stage the CEO of the Connectivity Standards Alliance, Tobin Richardson. Please welcome Tobin up to the stage.
Meine Damen und Herren, willkommen, guten Tag, willkommen zur IFA 100. Ich bin Tobin Richardson und es ist mir eine Freude, heute Ihnen zu sein. Now, my German is not so good, so I'm going to start there and go to English, if that's okay with everybody. But it is a really important time to speak a same language, a language of devices, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And to talk about how that is important for sustainability in the smart home, in this open era of the smart home. I'm going to talk a little bit about standards, just to kick us off, to talk a little bit about the alliance itself, a little bit about Matter, and a little bit about how that matters in terms of energy efficiency and sustainability for the smart home going into the future. It's really a pleasure to talk about standards. Standards influence everything we do every day, from how light sockets look, to the roads we drive on, to the cars we drive in. That's all made possible by standards. And that's what makes it possible to get the things that we like in our everyday lives. And so standards really are in everything we do. And when we think about the smart home, standards are also a way to bring products into the market at large scale. And so that is really important for companies that want to increase the adoption of goods, not to just build one product and sell it in one place, but to build one product and sell it everywhere. So let me tell you a little bit about the Connectivity Standards Alliance. This is a place where standards are built. This is where we are unifying interoperability for the smart home, smart building, and eventually smart city and beyond. Our organization is made up of a community of manufacturers as well as partners from different standards organizations and different governments and different stakeholders around the world. We have today over 720 companies, many of whom you will see here at IFA, as well as 9,000 individuals and engineers who participate and work together to build products and standards so that all of this can work together seamlessly for you and I as consumers. We do this by bringing in manufacturers and stakeholders and developers from around the world. Today, there are over 48 countries represented from basically every hemisphere on the planet. So you're seeing not just a North American standard, not just a European standard, but a global standard, and that's how you're going to get to global adoption. And when we talk about energy efficiency, this is so important that we have all this together in one place so that we can unify this. We are represented by many great manufacturers and different companies and different individuals, but it is really the values underneath how we work together that really makes the Alliance a really special place, and by extension, the standards that are produced from the Alliance and its manufacturers and the member companies themselves. Some of those values include things like facilitation and collaboration, and really one of the most important ones is trust. Working together to trust that we're going to build a standard that will actually make a difference in terms of consumers' everyday lives, but also in a way that consumers, or rather manufacturers, can then turn that into good products that we can all enjoy every day. One of those standards that brings and relies on trust is Matter. Just under 2 years ago, we launched Matter into the market. And as I said earlier, we are just at the beginning of an open era of smart home. Many companies have tried for many decades to try to do smart home on their own. And what everybody knows is that open always wins. And the open era has started. We've started this with dozens and dozens of different products in the Matter standard. We have basically tens of millions of products already in the market that the manufacturers and our member companies are bringing into the market. And this includes things like thermostats, simple switches, lighting. Choose your favorite home appliance. Many here today are featured showing Matter, including Matter fridges. And so it is great to see this beginning, this kind of beginning and inception of all of these products using this open standard called Matter. Some of those include things like door locks. And these are things that we use every day, and they will now start working together across ecosystems, across manufacturers. And what is really important for consumers is that they start to get choice. And that's really important to put consumers in control. Because when the manufacturers are in control, we're not always going to get what we want, but we want their products. And so we want to make sure that this is a good relationship where they're building products that we want, but that they all talk together and that they can do so in an efficient way. Matter is just under 2 years old in terms of being kind of out in the wild. It's really remarkable that we already have tens of millions of devices in the field today. If you have a smartphone, you already effectively have an ability to tap into Matter products, and that is really the important part of what Matter delivers, is this notion of simplicity. But it is really hard to do this work in the background to make it simple for consumers. Just ask those companies that try to do it on their own for the last 20 or 30 years. And so finally, we're seeing this coalescing and this coming together around an open standard, and that unifying standard, of course, is Matter. Today, we have different releases. We throw out 2 releases a year for Matter. We just released 1.3 in the May timeframe. We had some really important new features. And as we do these updates to the standard, what you'll see are new feature types, and then you'll see stability. Just like with any software release, you're going to see different things fixed in terms of how the implementation goes and what that looks like, but then also getting new feature sets. And so it's really exciting, of course, always to see the features, but also what's really important is to make sure that it's stable, that it works across platforms, that consumers can get the best usage out of this. In the May timeframe, some of the features that we brought out into the wild were things like water management, automotive and EVSE, or electric vehicle charging, as well as baseline energy management and monitoring. And then, of course, capabilities to support commercial building and multi-dwelling units. These are just a few of the new features in 1.3 that were released, and we're really excited to see, as the standard's out there, as companies can build to this, to start them see them putting that into their product plans and bringing that into the market together. We know that that's a journey. We know that that takes time, and that's what this is all about. So how does this make sense in terms of energy efficiency and sustainability? It is really about the kind of the network effect of having all these devices connected. If I can measure something, I can manage it. If I can't measure it, I can't manage it well. So when we talk about energy efficiency, even in my own home or across the grid, we need to have an ability to tap into all those sensors in a way that both puts the consumer in control, as well as making it possible for consumers to tap into utility programs, whether that's in California with the Pacific Gas and Electric, or British Gas in London, and so forth. But they have to have an intelligent conversation between the devices, and of course, where the consumer is always the one that's in ultimate control for what that looks like. So together, these are the building blocks that we're putting in place to really create the open smart home and the next era of what this means for energy efficiency. And it's really exciting to be at this point in that journey, and we know we have many, many milestones ahead, but it's so incredible the milestones that we're already reaching in terms of the technical innovation as well as the collaboration. I talked about trust. I talked about hundreds of companies working together, thousands of individuals across the globe coming together to work on this, and it really is an impressive and exciting time. And I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about this, but to also be joined by friends and colleagues from around the industry, and I think we're going to meet them here in a minute. But the most important part is that what you're going to hear about is all of us working together. Thank you.
Thanks for that fantastic presentation, Tobin. Always good to have a catch-up on where we're at with Matter and its exciting journey. It's already helping consumers by removing some of the biggest frustrations around interoperability and compatibility. And as you highlighted just now, there's lots more to come. What's needed across industry players, though, to really push this progress forwards?
I think it ties to one thing I said earlier, which is this notion of people trying to do it on their own. And a lot of companies, that is what they're in the business to do. They've got to make a profit, build products that they can continue to sell, not just once as well. But it's understanding that the larger market is only going to be built by coming together and agreeing on interoperability standards and doing it in an open manner. So that's both a kind of a design principle or fundamental shift in terms of how companies think about cooperating with their competitors, but also then making the investment to do the engineering work, to participate. And we make it easy. We have a lot of, we have an open code base online with our GitHub repository. You can examine the code today and really, of course, then join in the alliance, take part in the collaboration. We have thousands of conference calls each year. We have dozens of meetings in person. So there's a really active community that is building that together. So companies, if you're not doing something today, you're missing the boat. You need to come in and join in because this is how things are going to work in the future.
Well, I think that's a great time to welcome some of the other collaborators on stage, perhaps, then. So we've got a fantastic panel of specialists here today to explain how smart home technology is already tackling sustainability with Matter. So in addition to Tobin, I'd like to welcome to stage the Managing Director of Home Connect at BSH Home Appliances, Stephanie Lips, and CEO of the Wi-Fi Alliance, Kevin Robinson. Have a seat, guys. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
So we're going to kick off today by talking a little bit about the shifting attitudes around smart home devices that we've seen in recent years. So we've seen a lot of changing priorities. People were focused before on individual devices and very specific convenience use cases. Now we're seeing a lot more questions around energy and sustainability come up. What's driving this change? Perhaps, Kevin, you can start us off.
Sure, and I think it's a great question. I think what we're seeing is kind of the convergence of two separate trends, both on kind of more of the supply side, which I would say is around the developments in the technology, and then as well as the demand side with what the consumers ultimately are looking for. On the supply side, of course, we go through this regular adoption cycle. You have, the innovators, early adopters. Usually, there's a lot of kind of novelty for novelty's sake. They put up with a lot of maybe friction in the usage of those devices. But again, it's what I often refer to as like the gadget phase, let's say, of smart home or home IoT. But what we're seeing now is really moving past that point where the technology is maturing to the point where it's more seamless. You're getting into kind of the early, kind of more the mass market, and they're seeing that they can trust these technologies. They're accessible to them. The user experience is sufficiently good, and when you get into that phase, now it's about what can I accomplish in a meaningful way with these technologies? Like, what are the real problems these technologies are helping me to solve? And I think we're getting into that phase now with things like Matter and with the underlying technologies being sufficiently mature, that it's a different perspective from the end user, right? So they're looking at things like, how do I make sure that my home is secure? How do I deal with aging in place, which actually is a huge issue in the US with an aging population of, just recently I installed my mother's first smart home device because I live in a different state than her, right? So these are real problems that people are facing. And so I think that's the one major trend that's happening. And then that's on the supply side in terms of the technologies becoming more sophisticated. And then on the demand side, I think you're seeing things, whether it is driven by government initiatives or whether it's even driven by, let's say, the market side where energy prices are increasing. I live in Texas, incredibly hot summers, and we have events where the power grid is severely taxed. So it's not about saving money, it's I actually want the grid to stay up so that I have air conditioning completely through those periods. And I think it's the convergence of those two things, maturity of the technologies through initiatives like Matter, as well as just consumers being a little bit more sophisticated and wanting to see these benefits in their lives.
And from your perspective, Tobin, on the Matter side of things, how are you seeing conversations progress, both in your members and in the consumer side?
I think, and I think Kevin talked about it, there's a demand for Matter today. Mm-hmm. I think if consumers got what they wanted, they'd have every feature, every platform, and so which is great. It's a great pull. But from the members, we need to make sure that the basics work right. And get that fundamental. And I think if we do that well, and we've got core devices for the smart home already set, we're getting a few more here and there, which is great, and that forms this kind of good coalition of known devices. And if we do that well, then I think we'll earn that trust of the consumer to then say, great, now we're going to add more features, we're going to do more things, and enable more services on top. But from that kind of the plumbing side of the Matter piece, it really needs to be extremely reliable, secure, and simple. So I think, again, on the consumer side, I think they'd like everything today, and I would too. We'll never go fast enough. But from the member side, there's a really good investment to make sure that those elemental pieces are done and done well, and then kind of growing from there at a reasonable pace.
And then, Stephanie, from the sort of more of the device side of things, how do you see smart home adoption helping sustainability goals?
Yeah, we see an ever-increasing number of consumers already registering our products. So we at BSH, we are a market leader in home appliances. We have 15 billion in revenue. We have 60,000 employees. We have already 38 factories where we produce carbon neutral. And therefore, yeah, we really see a large interest in sustainability also with our consumers, but also an increasing interest in connecting our appliances because of energy saving opportunities. Well, we have a wide range of brands in our portfolio, so I just wanted to maybe ask in that round, so who actually owns an appliance of Bosch, of Siemens, of Neff, of Gaggenau, of Constructor? So I've seen almost every hands up in the room here on site, and I believe that you guys online, I don't know if it's this or I think it's this camera, I've also seen your hands up. And we actually have all these great brands because we really want to cater different needs of consumers all over the world. And of course, we are doing so by providing large home appliances, such as kitchen appliances, cooktops, ovens, fridges, dishwashers, but also washing machines, dryers, and small home appliances, such as cook processors, espresso machines. And there's actually a wide range of use cases. Of course, I hear you. Yeah, some people like to order their coffee with Alexa, but of course, somebody has to put a cup, a mug, in the coffee machine the night before. Otherwise, it's gonna be a mess. Of course, there is a lot of fun around. So we also have large partners, as you can hear, such as voice assistants, also if this then that, which enable a lot of fun things. But of course, our ecosystem is way larger than that. We have a lot of energy management companies already who have also invested in integrating us into their services so that homeowners can actually utilize their own produced solar energy running our appliances. And that does make a lot of sense. Yeah? We at Bosch also, we also produce heat pumps. We are in EV charging. And I think that's pretty obvious and obvious use cases, yeah, where it does make sense to use energy when it's cheap and available. And that's primarily the case with renewables. Wind is blowing, sun is shining. That's very obvious that you want to use the energy in this regard. But of course, also home appliances make a difference here. And this is what, in the meantime, really every consumer can benefit on, so not only the ones who own a home, also other people, everybody, with our app, where you can actually pick times when energy is cheap and available to save. And that's, I think, a great asset, and also really something we see in our adoption rates within our own app, that this is extremely attractive as a use case. Yeah. And of course, in addition to our own app, we want that our appliances really seamlessly integrate into the smart lives, into the smart living environments of our consumers. And that's what we're also here for. That's where Matter comes in play. Yeah. And I've also heard you saying, it's like, oh wow, there's 90,000 developers.
9,000.
Oh, 9,000.
Yeah.
Still,
We'll get there.
a hell lot of developers. And of course, you really wonder, okay, what do I get? Yeah, as a consumer, you wonder. And of course, in this case, it's really great that the energy-saving use cases will be made even easier. Intuitive connections, so home appliances will connect even more intuitively. They will automatically save energy and water. They will provide more personalized experiences through AI. And last but not least, they will be updating themselves at any time to actually enable new opportunities we cannot even think about today. Yeah? That's the major point and the main benefit also Matter brings for us.
I think that's an interesting point to talk to you, Kevin, a bit about the impact that standards like Wi-Fi and Matter have on this progression. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing?
Well, standardization has a huge impact on this. When you look at a lot of the strategies that we're going to be using to deliver sustainability, many of them are built on connectivity. You have to assume that you have connectivity in these devices to ultimately deliver on those strategies. And when you look at what the Wi-Fi industry has accomplished, what Matter is now starting to accomplish, it's very clear that you need standardization to achieve the level of scale where you can actually have a meaningful impact, right? It's not about getting fractions of percentages of addressing in power reductions. It's can you actually have a meaningful impact? So I think from our perspective, our view has always been that there's going to be multiple technologies in the home environment, in the connected home environment, right? You look at Matter with, Thread is a component of Matter, Wi-Fi is a component of Matter, Bluetooth is a component of Matter, of course, the entire IP stack. So all these technologies, it's going to be multiple technologies that help us achieve this dream. And so but looking at just from the Wi-Fi example, there's roughly 18 billion Wi-Fi devices in active use today. So if you look around the world, 18 billion devices being used, moving over half of the internet's traffic. So again, getting back to that point of how do we have meaningful impact? The example of demand response again. Okay, well, it's great that you can turn down a thermostat, and that's good. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. But what about all the other devices that are in the home? What about, let's say you have a pool and you have pumps that are are pulling incredible amounts of energy when they're being used? What about car charging? All of these areas. And by being able to scale through initiatives like Matter, that's what's going to get connectivity into every one of those other types of devices. Some will use Wi-Fi, some will use Thread, but at the end of the day, the home can be more intelligent, and that's what's going to drive, one, accomplishing sustainability goals, but also allowing the industry to be successful in accomplishing those goals, which just feeds that virtuous cycle, right? If the industry can be profitable and successful in doing this, it just means we can go further in the impact we're able to deliver.
Can I add on that? Yeah. So you talked about billions of Wi-Fi devices today, right? And that's, I think, I talked earlier about the notion that companies have chosen potentially closed ecosystems. But they have made good decisions in terms of a lot of the core networking technologies, whether it's Wi-Fi, Thread, Bluetooth, and some of the network side. And so at the same time, the decisions on top of those core connectivity technologies has been closed, right? And so they've figured out, how do I keep the devices completely closed in my own ecosystem, and only I can talk to it, and the consumers can only talk through me. And of course, consumers like that to a degree. Consumers sometimes like choice, sometimes they don't. And so you get great facilitated experiences. But to your point, as we look at the complexity of that and having kind of the network effect, you're really limited. As big as one company might be, and we know some of the larger ecosystems are, even they've recognized, and which is why they've all bought into Matter, this notion that this part also has to be open. But they have to be able to trust that the features and the function sets that are within that are available in ways that they want to be able to use them, and then be able to get into energy efficiency programs that really can take advantage of a much larger impact of devices for a much greater net effect as well.
Well, absolutely. And without things like Matter, just the friction involved in accomplishing those things is incredible. So you brought up there are the ecosystems, and maybe it's a little bit more of the walled garden, but flip to the other side, where you're a small company, you have small development teams. It is near impossible to develop for all of these different ecosystems, or it's incredibly expensive for them to do so. So reducing that friction is where you get the elements of scale, costs start coming down, things are more cost effective, mass consumer adoption, and then real impact.
And when we're talking about some of those consumer convincing aspects here, right? How do we sort of visualize the use cases? How do we visualize, to a customer, explain to them why it's going to benefit them? How exactly is sustainability coming into the picture with this? perhaps just one or two examples.
Who's going to point to?
Perhaps Stephanie, if you've got any examples of how devices might interact together to progress this.
So how we actually make decisions for functionalities? Well, of course, we have always put consumer centricity at the first position. Maybe let me allow to be a little bit nostalgic because it's IFA 100th anniversary, and I also had the pleasure to speak in front of another audience about also our history with IFA, but of course also really our history in home appliances, and that is really, really impressive. So there is, we actually invented under the brand Siemens the first vacuum cleaner that was called Dust Pump and primarily made to clean the curtains of the Imperia. And of course it was actually weighing 300 pounds, yeah, so really heavy. But of course at the same time we have evolved a lot, yeah, we have really revolutionized household appliances and of course also have met consumer expectations when, of course, there was the first kitchen machine really easing kitchen work, microwave when time started where both partners in a relationship were working. So we always made life easier, quality of life at home better. And and of course now we really have already our great app and ecosystem, and this is something we're heavily using. And we see a lot of consumers registering for our services. So they buy in a connectable appliances, they get the offer to register our own app. They get, of course, also insights into our ecosystem of more than 50 partners already, and already benefit from these functionalities. And there's still a need for manufacturers' apps next to Matter, and I'm going to refer to that in a second, because of course there are certain things you really expect from the manufacturer of your appliance. We heavily invest in even faster and better access to customer support. Also supporting sustainability in giving advice and tips and tricks how to extend the lifetime of your appliance, how to maintain it, how to clean it, so that it lasts longer, even longer, that it actually always delivers best results like on day one. And of course, in addition, you also have access to spare parts, even longer, much longer than we are mandated to offer them because our appliances last that long. And of course, this environment gives us a great environment to really get in touch with consumers and also see from their adoption rates, from their usage of the app and the ecosystem, what they're most interested in. And of course, we do a lot of consumer research as well. But definitely, yes, the topic of customer service is definitely something consumers want. And of course, also saving energy and water and ultimately money. Yeah, that's a customer need. And for that reason, we really get a lot of interest in these functionalities. And of course, with standards like Matter, that will be made even easier. This is something where consumers benefit from.
And do we see benefits for other members of the value chain, whether that's device makers or commercial or residential property builders?
Yeah, it's hard to capture what the limitation of value is there. I mean, it is really exponential. We look at the network effect, and you look at some of these core technologies like the internet, which started early on, and you could share a file across, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 miles. But of course, we've seen much greater value. But you had to prove those core values first. So I think the value for Matter and for connectivity is really, I will say, it's exponential, and I think that's a legitimate statement. And the number of markets that can benefit from it, and as Stephanie said, companies are already delivering great value. They're the ones with the relationships with the consumer, not Kevin and I, as we are consumers, but it is really about facilitating and helping companies come up with new services and new capabilities that then tie together to take advantage of that network effect. So there are, again, a lot of different areas where there's going to be value. You grabbed on, one, multi-dwelling units or commercial buildings. I think that's an area that will really benefit both in terms of savings as well as the energy efficiency programs that are coming, both just in terms of being able to better manage energy in a facility like this, or in a large building, or in an apartment block with 2,000 units in it. With something like Matter, with the ability to manage these across different units and be able to more intelligently manage the energy efficiency of the building owners, of course, reduce costs. The tenants will pay a smaller bill, and so you can see, and that's just one small use case around that. Of course, with Bosch products.
I can imagine there also being plenty of benefits for the grid as well in terms of energy storage and energy management. So it's really an exciting space to be working in. However, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There are still difficulties. So I was wondering if, Kevin, perhaps you could start with talking about perhaps some of the remaining challenges and barriers to making a sustainable smart home future a reality.
Yeah, I think one I would highlight, and it's probably a little bit more esoteric one, but it's a very important one, is in the area of kind of policy, regulation and policy. And right now we have, often where policymakers, particularly in Europe, what we're seeing is they have these very kind of siloed goals, right? So you have goals around green energy sustainability, you have goals around digital connectivity, gigabit infrastructure, et cetera. But you're not always looking at how each of those goals and how you're approaching those goals are playing off one another, or might be even, let's say, undermining a particular goal you might have. And so just very specifically in the area of spectrum, everything we're talking about right now in terms of what Matter's delivering, what Wi-Fi on its own is delivering, any of these technologies, they're all based on unlicensed spectrum, right? So most of the advancements that you're going to see if you walk around IFA are leveraging unlicensed spectrum, because it allows a manufacturer to have that direct interaction with their customer. You're not having to go through a different service provider. So all of the business models are generally geared around that. Well, the challenge is we're starting to enter into an area where the spectrum is going to start to become an issue for the unlicensed community. And if I would then take that and look at more from the sustainability angle, we have, when you look at this all this indoor connectivity we have, there's efficient ways to deliver it, and there's inefficient ways to deliver it. You could provide this connectivity by using a wide area network. Maybe it's through your mobile operator. Well, that's not terribly energy efficient when all of the devices are communicating with each other indoors. And so we were looking, for example, at the combination of fiber, which is the most energy efficient way to get connectivity into the home, with then do you have enough spectrum to get that connectivity from fiber to something like Wi-Fi, or for example, like Bluetooth is moving into the 6 gigahertz band now. And when we looked at this, we found that just in Europe, there's roughly a 3 megaton difference in CO2 emissions per year if you have the full 6 gigahertz band and are able to leverage that for unlicensed connectivity in the home, versus, let's say, not having all of that connectivity, where you have more congestion for the devices that are still coming into the home, but now you're going to have to offload that to either mobile because you don't have a sufficiently good experience. So again, it's kind of all these different areas interplay with one another, and spectrum is one of those things that I think is ignored a little bit at our peril in how we're going to efficiently deliver the connectivity needed into the future. And so specifically in Europe, we're talking about what's something called the 6 gigahertz band, and making sure that policymakers are considering all of these things.
And how do we sort of engage with those sort of missing pieces in this communication, right? Like how do we improve this and move forwards? Tobin, maybe start on that.
Yeah, education is probably the key, right? Yeah, no, and it's fair. It's why an organization, this may be a little self-serving, but it's why an organization like the Alliance is really helpful, because you have a lot of stakeholders coming together in one place to just even understand what those issues and milestones are that are in the kind of the way of getting to where we want to be. We have in our membership, over 720 companies, and it's chip providers through Storefront. And so you have every part of the value chain represented. So when you're talking about, to Kevin's point, are we going to use unlicensed spectrum? How are we going to get this message from one device to another? You have everybody at the table that you need. And so you're able to kind of, get through that versus saying, well, we've got a couple of chip providers here, but we have no lock manufacturers. How are we going to find out what the lock manufacturers want to do? Now, it seems kind of a silly example, but at the same time, you have to have all pieces there to make it work. The second part, of course, is then looking outside of the manufacturing supply chain to the regulatory stakeholders and governments. We have a new initiative that we launched earlier this year on product security, and as part of that, we are in deep and active discussions with the European Commission, with the government of Singapore, with the government of Germany, Australia, as well as the US, on understanding what protections they want in place to ensure that all those connected devices, which are in the tens of billions and will be even more, are being addressed appropriately by the manufacturers. And so again, it comes down mainly to communication, but timely communication in that design process. And as Kevin talked about with the notion of spectrum, you want to make design choices now that aren't going to preclude the manufacturing base from going in the wrong direction. We're here talking about sustainability. If we make we optimize for a local median, we're looking at the wrong problem, and we're going to solve something for the next 2 years. When with the open smart home, we need to be solving for the next several decades.
Absolutely, and it's one of many, many things right now which we're looking at short-term solutions where long matters more, and that perhaps leads nicely into question around AI. It's a big talking point. We're talking about it in every area of tech right now. For our final question, what impact do you see AI having on the smart home, both generally and for sustainability? And we'll start with Tobin, but I think everyone will have something interesting to say on this one.
Yeah, AI is really exciting because of the computational capability that it brings and the advanced analytics that really are implicit in what AI is in terms of the devices. You don't get that without having a good common base, which is what a common language delivers. And so the notion of being able to look across billions of devices and being able to rely that a mode control may be interpreted the same, I'm going to be able to get much better intelligence at kind of a graduated level about what that means. If I'm having to define one data element over in this house, and it's a different kind of a data element in this house, and so on, it becomes much more complex. The processing power to get a good outcome on that is going to be even worse. And so standards like Matter, unifying the data component of that is really important, and in fact, it's really critical to AI for devices being relevant. So we're really excited about getting everything connected with the same language, and then enabling AI on top of all that so great manufacturers can do really cool things for their consumers that way.
And perhaps a good segue on to you, Stephanie. Do you have any sort of thoughts on how AI is going to be a part of this conversation moving forwards?
Yeah, I think people definitely want. Just recently, I don't know if I can recall it exactly, but I've heard a very good quote of a person saying that she wants AI to take over the things she doesn't like. And not the things she likes, yeah? So the creativity and creating work. And of course, this is something we always hear from consumers. So when is AI finally putting the mug under my espresso machine, or emptying my dishwasher, or cooking for me, and so on? And of course, that's robotics part. But ultimately, you really want to have like an ease of mind. You don't want to make a choice to of course, you want and to be energy efficient by default. And you want the AI to make that decision for you, to help you out, and to really make sure, having a same look at the weather forecast, is there a better time today to let my appliances run? I can run regardless of the time of the day, such as washers, dryers, dishwashers, or maybe even cooling down my freezer more than usual at times when energy is cheap. Yeah. And that is definitely what consumers are looking for. They want to have ease of mind. They want a smart, like a responsive and intelligent smart home. And of course, they also want, from a, you mentioned that, like from a consumer relationship perspective, they want to have the information which is really relevant to them. And already today, we can give very personalized recommendations to our consumers. For instance, you have used your oven 50 times. Why don't you use the pyrolysis, which is cleaning your oven automatically, and afterwards it will last longer and get better results, just to give you an example. And of course, these recommendations can be even more personalized, like hyper-personalized, and this also then enables us as a brand to even deliver more value to our consumers. And and actually we're really proud at IFA this year that we, maybe I should start with the Bosch Smart Home products first, because they now are completely fully integrated, so every Matter controller can directly control all our smoke detectors, door sensors, and thermostats to also enable smart and energy-saving routines. So that's where we are fully there. But we at BSH are really proud to announce the first Matter-enabled home appliance, which is our XXL built-in fridge freezer. And of course, we're already leaders in the built-in business, meaning the fitted kitchens. But of course, there's a lot of intelligence now also built in. And yeah, this is a new fridge we are releasing. So the embedded architecture is fully equipped with Matter now. And you can do things like controlling the temperature, setting modes. There is a holiday mode, which helps you save energy. And it's also ready for software updates and upgrades. And that's something which is extremely, we're very proud of, because now we're actually celebrating our 10th anniversary of our own app at this IFA. And there's now, I think there's an applause, it's okay. I have to admit, these are my colleagues sitting over there. But we really now stepping into the next decade of intelligence and connectivity with Matter. And that's something we are extremely excited about.
Excellent.
And Tobin, I completely agree with your point about the importance of having a common language and having connectivity. And I'll maybe focus on the second piece, which is, without connectivity, you don't have AI. I mean, even if you have the common language, if you're not able to get the data, the information to where the learning actually happens, and then get those learnings back down into devices to do something meaningful or useful, then AI doesn't really achieve its promise. And I also like the point about, there's many memes about this that, like you said, how do I get AI to do my dishes instead of doing the painting, right? Well, instead it's taking away my hobbies and I still have to do all the drudge work. But I think another area is AI taking over areas that we're either not bothered to do or are forgetful to do, or just it's very difficult for a human to do those things. And one very specific example that also has a tie into sustainability is, a significant amount of energy goes into the networking infrastructure that is in a building like this, or is in an enterprise, in your company's campus, or even in the home in a multi-dwelling unit. And there's quite a bit of work going on, for example, in the Wi-Fi industry, of how do we perhaps tailor the performance of those networks based on what is actually going to be demanded of them. So you have these very high performance Wi-Fi access points, for example, that they're consuming energy, but when you need high performance, that's a good trade-off. If I'm the only person, let's say during the break, that's in this room, why is that access point still powering multiple spatial streams, have all the radios turned on when there's really no need to? And so you're seeing a lot of effort in the Wi-Fi industry is you're using things like AI and predicting, okay, we're about to go into a lull period. Maybe it's using data from a Matter-enabled network, right? It's like, okay, I see most of the mobile devices have started to walk out of the room. Well, I don't need all of that performance anymore. I can shut off radios. I can reduce power. In an enterprise environment, maybe I turn off every other access point because I don't need the density anymore. So again, a lot of really interesting areas where the combination of connectivity, a common language so you can learn what is happening in these environments, and then using AI to manage the infrastructure so you don't have some IT administrator, running room to room, flicking off a switch to turn off an access point, which is simply impossible and too expensive.
I think there's an interesting thread on there as well about the consumer side of things in terms of, we have things like automations at the moment, which are very often sort of ring-fenced by device, by network. And I've even found with that, I'm a big advocate for my friends and family, and my dear mother, love her, as I've tried to explain to her how to do an automation, how to make an intelligent decision that does it for her, she doesn't want to do that. She wants it to do it for her. And it's that sort of thing where the AI side of things, again, taking things away from the consumer is a really exciting opportunity for people to just have more agency to do other things in their home and reduce that household load. Is that something you've sort of seeing as the big focus moving forwards when you're talking about AI with Matter?
Yeah, AI with Matter. So I think in two parts to that, right? So as we've talked about, I think Matter is a massive key ingredient for AI for devices. It's probably the key ingredient for AI if you're going to try to do anything intelligent with controlled devices. The second part is simplicity, and it's exactly to your point about your mother. It has to be simple. It cannot be another complex thing that requires people to do more complex analysis. It has to actually be easier than what it is today. And so I think, that notion of the underlying principles of Matter, of course, is simple, secure, and reliable. If we can achieve that, that allows a great foundation to come in over the top with AI services and take advantage of everything that's already connected, very simple things that are happening, and provide cool new things where you're just having to explain the value, not this will be great, but you also need to install this here, and install this here, download this patch here. You cannot do that. We cannot get to that point. We have to go the opposite direction.
And so more of a personal question to round us off today as well is talking about Gen Zs, which for me is a fascinating trend. I'm cusping a Gen Z myself. We call ourselves Zillennials. Approximately 5 people do anyway. And it's a really big talking point among Gen Zs, right? But there's also a lot of concerns around misinformation, around trust, around like whether or not you can believe in a claim or whether it's greenwashing. Stephanie, as someone who works in the product side, how do you really build that trust with the next generation of consumers when it comes to things like sustainability in the smart home?
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, from our point of view, there is, of course, special needs every generation has. But ultimately, what unites them all is really feeling home at home, feeling safe at home. And obviously, also, acting sustainably is also luckily nothing which is only interesting for the under 25s, luckily. So this is also really something where we unite many consumers. And in terms of the functionalities, we really open up using energy when it's cheap and available for pretty much everyone. Now within our own app, in the future, obviously also with Matter, but of course also today already with our large ecosystem group of ecosystem partners in that field, where of course interoperability is already there. And we also see that maybe the under 25s or under 35s, of course, they really have higher demands towards a brand. And especially in sustainability, as mentioned, we produce carbon neutral in all our 38 factories. And we do have a lot of initiatives in place to really prove that our brands are taking care.
Excellent. Well, we're coming up towards the end of our time here, but Tobin, I'd love to hear a little bit from you about the next steps of Matter. Obviously, some of it might not be ready for public consumption, but what can you share about where you see it going forward, at least?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the time today. Matter is really not just poised, but already flying at warp speed, which is fantastic, but also challenging because we've got to keep it together while we're going that fast. And so what we'll see in the near term, and it really timed well with our theme today of sustainability, is a lot of work on these new energy efficiency areas that are both supporting the grid management, but also individuals and consumer side, whether that is in heat pump side, looking at more appliances to bring in, looking at EV charging, doing more complex things on the EV side and electricity management, so that we can really start to see those direct applications. So as we continue our feverish pitch of really bringing new features and new updates to Matter, I think that's what you'll start to see in the next couple of releases, both later in the fall as well as early next year as well.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Well, thank you all so much for joining today. It's been a fantastic discussion. Is there any final messages you want to give to your consumers? Last things you want to say?
I guess the last point, I apologize for going back a little bit, but one of the things in terms of gaining trust, because I think that would be the last message to the consumers in terms of placing their trust in these initiatives. And I think that's where associations like the CSA and Wi-Fi Alliance become important as industries start saying, these are the standards, these are the expectations we are going to set with the consumer, and we are committing to those, and you can trust that we are going to deliver on what we're talking about. And so I think for the consumer is make sure that you're actually going out and getting Matter devices and Wi-Fi certified devices and Thread certified devices, right? So that you actually can benefit from those discussions and those commitments that the industry is making.
Thank you so much. That seems like a great place to leave it. Thanks everyone coming to watch today. We'll see you next time, hopefully.
That's good. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
to all of you. Thank you. We all hopefully enjoyed that. Connectivity is key if we want technologies like AI to work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for a little break. So if you want to stay around, you can stay seated because we'll continue with a conversation around the future of mobility by Vestel. So either stay here or see you in the next 20, 30 minutes. All right? Thanks so much and see you soon.
Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören, das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
How's everybody doing? Woo! Yes! The applause is not for me. but for our next speaker. He deserves to have a warm round of applause. He'll tell you why, because he's excited to be here in Berlin. But this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, first I want to welcome you to IFA. I hope you're all celebrating 100 years of IFA, 100 years of innovation. And we're going to talk about a very hot topic, and it's not AI. No, it's mobility. Mobility is a hot topic. In fact, it is one of the hottest topics ever because there is just so much innovation that is going on in this field. Now, our next guest will give us a glimpse into the future. He's going to try to answer some questions around, well, what are the latest innovations that are going to revolutionize mobility? What are they, and how are they going to impact our lives, both personally and professionally? So please join me in giving a very warm round of applause to the CEO of Vestel, Mr. Ergun Gula.
Hallo Berlin, ich wünsche Ihnen allen einen wunderschönen Tag. Es ist für mich eine riesengroße Ehre, ein atemberaubender Moment sozusagen nach 50 Jahren als Berlin-Gebürtiger wieder in Berlin hier auf der Bühne zu stehen. Please do not panic, I will continue in English, but just short in German for the German audience we have here. Wie gesagt, vor 50 Jahren, direkt hier an der Ecke, Niebuhrstraße, also 10 Minuten entfernt mit dem Fahrrad. Und wirklich, es ist eine Ehre für mich und ein großer Moment, wieder hier in dieser schönen Stadt mit den Berlinern zu sein. Vielen Dank. So, now we're ready for the presentation. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it's there. So I said, it's an honor for me to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here at the scene. Why? Because I was born in 1974 in Berlin, here. But at that time, it was West Berlin. There was still the wall. And many things changed. It was a great city at that time as well, but now it's a fascinating city. It's an exciting city. It's a marvelous city. And so as Berlin developed in these 50 years, Vestel changed a lot as well, because we first attended the fair. It's the 32nd time our company is attending this great show here in Berlin. But the first time we attended this fair was 1989, September. Again, the wall was still there. But now, in the 40 years, Vestel changed a lot. We were just 3 people attending the fair in 1989, with 3x3, 9 square meters, and just 3 products. CRT, the old cathode ray tubes, the TVs, the bulky ones. But today, we are one of the biggest halls here at the show, representing in 3,000 square meters, yes, 3,000 square meters, as an international brand with more than 1,000 products. So it's an honor as Vestel to be here this 32nd time. But today, I'm going to talk not about our conventional business, which is white goods, beginning from fridges, dishwashers, tumble dryers, to air conditioners, and TVs. We're going to talk about mobility. So when talking mobility, it's not the smartphones, not mobile phones. Mobility is, the definition for that, what we're going to talk, is electrical vehicle and electrical vehicle charging stations and energy storage systems. That's what we're going to see there, because we see a huge paradigm shift, and we will talk about that as well. But before coming to mobility, just some information, because the industry knows Vestel very well. But there's some consumers here in the room, some guests, which may not know Vestel. So we are located in Turkey, the melting point of the continents, where Europe meets Asia, and Asia meets Africa, located in the west part there, having production facilities of 1.3 million square meters covered area, equaling to 260 football fields, with 20,000 employees across the globe, and a revenue of 3.8 billion, whereby 70% of that, so 2.5 billion, is coming from export revenues, as said, with a huge range in white goods and consumer electronics. So how is the export business developing, and where are we performing the export? So we're exporting to more than 160 countries. So for those that are registered in the United Nations, 193 countries. So we export almost to every country across the globe. And the question could be in the audience, So you're exporting to any country, but I have never seen a Vestel in my shelf. So it's the tactic like that. You have Volkswagen, you have Skoda, and you have Seat, belonging all to the same group. So if you have a Sharp fridge at home in Berlin, if you have a Daewoo washing machine at home, if you have a Toshiba TV at home here in Germany, in France, in the UK, in Italy, or in Spain, it's our product. It's not just produced by us, we are licensing that brand. So it's the brand development, the product development, the software, the hardware, the engineering, it's everything done by the Vestel family. And for a conventional business, as I said, the target is to grow, we have an ambitious target, to grow by 2 in 3 years' time. And the question may be, how and why? Why today? How is that going to happen by 2? Well, the geopolitical situation globally has begun to change in the last 10 years. The tension is rising and rising, and this is affecting the supply chain. This is affecting supply chain. So the supply chain has become more fragile and fragile. It began first with COVID-19, but COVID-19 passed. Then we had the Suez Canal situation, crisis. Then today we have the Red Sea crisis. We have the Panama Canal crisis, right? It continues. Every day something happens. Today, when you're talking in the industry, everybody's pain point is we can't find containers inbound and outbound. I had a lot of meetings at this fair here with international companies from Germany, from Latin America, from North America. It was complaining the same. So this supply chain is fragile. So 2 important definitions for that. Playing in our cards. 2 important definitions. 1, nearshoring. Nearshoring. 2, friendshoring. So as a spot, as I said, among the countries, among the continents, the location where we are in Turkey, that's a great opportunity to grow further. So, but on the other hand, there is a change in mobility as well. So as said, we will grow in our conventional business by 2 and 3, but for mobility, the slogan is exponential growth. Exponential growth. Why? I will come to facts and figures, not just sentences, words. We show the facts and figures, how it's going to be done, when it's going to be done, and more important, where is it going to be done. And who is going to do it? I know that answer. It's our team. We have a super team here. Those guys are going to do that. When saying paradigm shift, first make the definition. What's a paradigm shift? It's when the rules are changing, when the underlying circumstances are changing. It's when the approach to an industry, an approach to trade, an approach to a product is completely changing. It's not just the rules, it's not just the underlying circumstances. The players are even changing on that scene. I had a talk with a friend of mine, a very experienced executive from the German car industry, a really experienced guy. And I asked them very frankly, I said, so your super brands here in Germany, in America, in France, so what's the issue? Why are you struggling with the companies like Tesla or some companies from Far East? What's the main issue? What do they better than you? What's what you can't do? And he said, basically, look, Ergun, in the last 50 years, China, as an example, has become the powerhouse for consumer electronics. But then when the era of electrical vehicles, the EV era, began, and while this is an era where we have the opportunity to grow profit with a huge profit, that huge resource on consumer electronics in a country of 1.2 billion people, that resource was directed to the automotive industry. Suddenly, consumer electronics became automotive in China. And that resource we do not have in Europe. That quantity and that quality is not available. And he said basically, the automotive industry, speaking for electrical vehicles, of course, is more consumer electronics than automotive. And that's the issue. We are happy as the traditional automotive industry to produce a new platform in 2 years' time. It was previously 4 years, it's now 2 years. But in the same time, the new companies like BYD, Tesla, developing new platforms in 9 months. In 9 months, that's the main issue. So it's more consumer electronics than automotive. And guess what? Vestel, we as Vestel, are since more than 40 years in the consumer electronics business. We are as fast as the Far Eastern companies for consumer electronics, and we're as fast as the Far Eastern companies for automotive as well. We do it very fast, on a fast way, in the consumer electronics discipline and approach. But at the same time, while we are serving the European market and Japanese customers since more than 40 years, we have European Union standards and Japanese standards in our fast evolving consumer electronics business. That makes the difference. And that's, as I said, in paradigm shift, making Vestel one of the new players on the new scene for mobility. So where are we going to play the game? Because if you say mobility, are you going to produce this great car? And I'm driving that car in Istanbul. I have the same color, driving like a supercar, TOG, electrical vehicle. It's the first car which sold 20,000, more than 28,000 cars in the first year of the launch of the car. Super. But we're not going to produce the car. Good. We want to be in the car, here, producing the components of the electrical vehicle. The question is, which components? There are millions of components in the car. If you have a screen at home, in your living room, you call it TV. We're one of the biggest TV producers globally. If the screen is in your car, you call it cockpit. So we produce now screens for electrical vehicles because we are producing screens in more than 40 years. We leverage our R&D, our muscles in the automotive industry as well. So we were in the house, now we moved to the street, in the car, and they're good news. Now we're in the air. What do I mean? We struck a deal with one of the biggest airplane companies, airlines companies, globally. I'm not going to mention the name, because we'll announce that in 1 month's time. But it's the airline company that is flying to the most destinations globally. And we're going to be in the entertainment systems in the planes. We're going to produce that screens as well. That's good news. So that's one part. The second part is in the car. As I said, we're going to produce the components. The electronic control units. If you have a tumble dryer, if you have a washing machine, if you have a TV, they have, you call it mainboard, but it's electronic control units controlling the machine, right? And you have the same in an electrical vehicle. But the changing part is that in old cars, in the traditional cars, all the ECUs, they're called electronic control units, were separate. So you had hundreds of ECUs in one car. But now it has become a domain controlling unit. So it's special units controlling some parts of the car. That's something we do since, again, more than 40 years. It's again a muscle we will use in other fields. Two, you have the car, you have to charge the car. Electrical vehicle chargers, we produce them as well. And not just the wall boxes here on the right, these fast charging, ultra fast charging devices as well. I'll get in more details in the coming slides. And the third part on mobility is energy storage systems for houses, residential, commercial, industrial needs, and for utilities as well. As I said, oh, pushing again, okay. It's not just that the paradigm shift is happening slowly, step by step. It has begun to reflect, to find some reflections in facts and figures, as well. Those are the traditional players, still great brands, still super brands, will be there, will adapt, maybe it will take a bit of time. And you see that what we call competition, my best friend here will remember, it has begun that, for instance, Volkswagen struck a deal with Rivian for the software, because it's not even called car anymore. So you had your combustion engine, and you call that car. Today, it's called software-driven vehicle. No one calls car anymore. Electrical vehicle, they don't call it car. Electrical vehicle, software-driven car. So that's changing. And those are the traditional players. You have them, still great companies, but there are new players as well, like Tesla, TOG, the electrical vehicle, where we invested as well. And you see consumer electronics company like LG Mobility, Samsung, Harman Kardon investing from consumer electronics to the automotive industry as well. In Vestel Mobility, we founded a new company. That's a brand new company, just founded before 6 months, fresh, new, taking its place in the scene there as well, in the mobility world. So as I said, the figures are changing. Look, before 5 years, just 5, not 50 years when I was born, 1974. Before 5 years, 2019, the top 3 car brands for market value, market cap. Number 1, Toyota, $180 billion. Number 2, Volkswagen in 2019, $80 billion. Number 3, Porsche, $70 billion. After 5 years' time, number 1, guess it? Tesla, $670 billion. The old number 1 was $180 billion. The new number 1, so it's not just the company name, the value changes as well. $670 billion market cap. You can say Elon Musk is doing advertising, taking up the market cap. Number 2, Toyota. It was $180 billion, now $240 billion market cap. And the reason for that is not the combustion engine of Toyota. The reason for that is Toyota's hybrid solution and solid-state solution, which is seen, which will come, they say. Okay, $240 billion. Number 3, $90 billion, BYD, completely new. Was not in the first 10 before 5 years. Now, number 3, $90 billion. So facts and figures and names are changing as well. Okay, now coming to Vestel a bit more. So, Mr. Güler, you're talking about the companies. What are you going to do? Okay, let's talk about that more. So, first the market, the total addressable market, because it's a huge ecosystem. The car market, so combustion engine and electrical vehicle, today is a level of 89 million, is forecasted for this year, 2024. 89 million cars will be sold globally, but only 16% of those cars are going to be electrical vehicles. But it's forecasted for 2035 that globally 100 million cars will be sold, making a growth rate of 3% annually for cars and electrical vehicles, let's say. But the game changer is that today it's 16%. In 2035, from this 100 million, 60% will be electrical vehicles. And this is including personal cars, trucks, and buses as well. So all moving items, let's say. 60% will be electric-driven cars. And how is the market going to look like? Just for personal cars, passenger cars, as you can see here, it's going to be even more than 60%. It's going to be 62% of that. And cars on the road, that's the figure on the right, the pie charts on the right. You can see cars on the road, not sold cars on the road in China are going to be 21%, so every 5th car in China is going to be an electrical vehicle. In Europe, it's close to that, it's again 19%, so again, every 5th car is going to be an electrical vehicle. In America, it's a bit less, it's 12%. That's forecasted for that. This is giving a growth opportunity for the mobility business. And when you look into that, the total addressable market for electrical vehicles, it means it's the car, it's the after-sales service, it's the on-demand platforms, it's the component side. All that together is equaling for 2030 to $3 trillion. $3 trillion in 2030. We're not going to take that all. We will play our game, as I said, on the component part of the electrical vehicle. This is from this 3 trillion, just 440 billion. I'm saying just, but it's a huge figure, right? 440 billion. And as I said, we're not going to play the car, we're not going to produce a car, but we have good news for you. 23% of this great brand of TOG, which is produced in Turkey and sold 28,000 pieces in its first year, belong to Vestel. So we are an investor in that car as well. And that's a good reference for us for the screens we're producing, for the electric control units we're producing, and for the electric vehicle charging stations as well. This is opening us the doors to cooperate with European and American companies as well, and we already started. It's not just that we have one client, we already have more than 5 clients working globally, internationally supplying the automotive industry, which is becoming, again, more and more consumer electronics. And if you have the rolling cars, you need to charge them. And you want to charge them very fast. It is forecasted that by 2030, there will be 225 million cars globally on the roads which need to be charged. It's including hybrid cars as well, which need a charge. So, but the available socket number, public and private, so where you charge your cars, is going to be just 124 million. It's today 43 million sockets are available. It's going to be 124 million. So it's again making a huge growth rate of 33%. It's again where we want to have our lion's share, and that total addressable market is 42 billion. We had 440 billion in the previous slide. Here we have 42 billion. Again, the electrical vehicle charging stations. And one important pain point, one very important pain point for the consumer who has an electrical vehicle is, it's wintertime in Germany, in Berlin. You want to drive down with a family to Austria, 800 kilometers in 8 hours time. With a combustion engine, no problem, you tank in 5 minutes, just go on, and then you're on the piss. But if you have an electrical vehicle, you want to charge your car very fast, right? But if you have a conventional charger, it takes 3 hours, 4 hours. And Vestel is one of the leading companies globally, I must say. We are already exporting our goods to Greece, Italy, Spain, France, Germany, England, Scandinavia. In Turkey, our market share is 70%, by the way, 70. 70%. What we do, we're one of the few companies which can produce these great devices, the ultra-fast charging stations, on mass production scale. It's not just 10 engineers producing one machine in 1 week. No, we do it on mass production scale. What does it mean? For instance, we have a 720 kilowatt. 720 kilowatt already here. It's available. Now available in Italy, in Greece, in Germany as well. If you have the right car with the right capacity, you can charge that car just in 6 minutes, up to 90%. 6 minutes. So you're driving down from Berlin, down to Austria, have a stop, as in old times, you charge your car in 6 minutes if the charger is produced by Vestel. And we produce them, and we began to install them in Germany as well. That's again a huge potential for us, and I must say you, they're on globally, just 3 companies which have the ability to do that on mass, again, on mass production scale. Vestel is one of them here. So, and one of the last items in our mobility business is the energy storage system market. Energy storage system, not everyone is here an engineer from the energy industry. Huge batteries which you can use at home, residential, replacing electricity. 2, commercial and industrial needs, which means you have a hospital, you have a shopping mall, you can replace energy with these huge batteries. Or the best thing is, we talked about the electric vehicle charging stations, and you buy, let's say, from Vestel, a 720 kilowatts charging station. It's not just you buy it, you have to install it as well. And installing that is not easy, because either the municipality is doing that, or the electric distribution company is doing it, and you have to wire that. It costs time and money. But if you have an energy storage system behind that, let's say on a container-based energy storage system, you do not any infrastructure for that. You can just supply that. This is again a growth area for us, where we expect a growth rate of, again, 27% on that part. So all that together, here again, the total addressable market is at $98 billion. But all 3 segments together, summing up for Vestel, a total addressable market of $580 billion. $580 billion, which makes us work to do a great IPO in 3 years' time, with a value of $1 billion. I'm not saying $1 billion. $1 billion. And we struck in the plan. We are on the right track, on the right road, right timing, And we will see that development. So the good thing about mobility is that's an environment-friendly industry. It's good for ESG, for environment, social, and governance side. But the question would be, Ergün Bey, Mr. Güler, what are you doing for your conventional business? Okay, the carbon footprint for EVs, for EVCs, for ESS is quite low. What are you going to do with TVs, white goods, all that stuff? So we're a publicly traded company. And as a publicly traded company, we have our science-based targets. Follow it there. And every year, we keep the targets without any problem, without any doubt. We do that. We do all our responsibilities towards the planet, towards the people, towards the society. But more important is not just science-based targets. We have to act fast. And we should be aware that we have to do our liability towards the planet, towards the people, earlier than the targets, as soon as possible. And to do so, we invested before 10 years in a startup established by a lady, which is basically, I'm saying basically, but that's a huge process, so, which is basically replacing plastic material with olive seeds. Yes, plastic materials with olive seeds, which means in average for white goods, for instance, our calculations are showing that we will reach 40% less plastic consumption for major domestic appliances. For air conditioners, it's even 90%. Can you imagine? By replacing plastic with olive seeds, it's not direct olive seeds, it's stuff made from olive seeds, but fully natural stuff. 90% less for air conditioners. Can you imagine that? 90% less using just 10% plastics, what you're using today. For TV, it's even huge. 99% less plastic than today. So you have a TV with no plastic. And this is not a concept we will develop in the coming 5 to 10 years. You can see that concept here at Hall 8.2. You can play with the products without any problem. And our aim is to bring that product to the market next year at IFA. You will see that in the shop here in Berlin. And by the way, good news, we opened the Westteil shop here in Berlin, in the heart of Berlin, in der Friedrichstraße. And also Westteil.de is available as well. So with the Mediterranean flair, Westteil fashion for your home, passion for life is there. And you will see that products in our shelves, in our stores as well. That's our responsibility towards the planet, towards the people, towards the society. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Vielen lieben Dank. Thank you so much. I love this last part, I think, that he left us with, which is this responsibility that an organization like Vestel has, right? About really thinking differently about how we produce things. That's a very original way of, 99% less plastic in your TV. Imagine that. It's a pretty cool thing. So we're looking forward to seeing those TVs displayed here next year. Next year, will it be? Yeah, next year at IFA, we'll be seeing those TVs. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. We have a wrap-up now for the rest of the afternoon. I hope you enjoy the rest of IFA and perhaps see you here tomorrow with a conversation around navigating fake news, right? Very important topic with Reuters. And then we have a session on artificial intelligence with the German Handelsblatt. So hope to see you there in the morning. We will begin at 11:15 a.m. Wishing you a nice evening. Thank you and goodbye.